Thank you all very much, and you can kindly take your seats. Like everything else, before this football is done, the notice will be behind. Again, on behalf of Sun Schools and the executive, I want to say a special thanks and congratulations to both Independence and Faizabad Elite for reaching 2025 Division 3 final. Additionally, this beautiful financial team in the regular cricket season is a 30 game. However, Sun Sports pride on discipline. Please make sure discipline at a very high standard. At the end of the day, the team that makes fewer mistakes will win the game. At this time, I would like to say a few words.
Present day, everyone.
First for the Division 3 final in the Southern Sports Premier League. This matchup is between Faizabad Elite Metronomes and Independence Sports Club. And the news out there in the middle just a bit earlier was that Faizabad Elite would have won the toss and chose to bat first. You can see the teams out there just going through their meet and greets with the officials and the organizers. Main man out there in the middle, Mr. Bidesi, is having his final word. You can see the steel pan out there as well earlier for the national anthem rendition being done on steel pan today. So that was quite a nice touch. Yesterday we would have seen action in that Division 4 matchup, the finals on that day. That would have been between Cedar Hill and Pavilion Boys, and Cedar Hill in the end would have won that matchup. We're for the Division 3. Of course, there's quite a lot of cricket going on throughout the world as well. final day of the West Indies New Zealand series. Just about an hour time is going to get underway. West Indies needing 419 runs. Still haven't lost any wickets. So we'll wait to see whether they would look to go after those runs or maybe draw the match. And you can see the final handshakes out there occurring between the two teams. Faizabad Elite in the green and Independent Sports Club in blue. So now would be a good time to go through those team lineups. Faizabad, of course, batting first, captained by Andesh Deonarayan. He's also joined by Shazad Manshur, Keshava Ramphal, Miguel Hiraman, Navindra Bukhal, Anderson Ramkisoon, Sherwin Lachman, Ganesh Esau, Satish Prasad, Brendan Ramlal, and Kiran Lalji. The Independent Sports Club team is captained by Roman Singh. It's also Alvin Lachman, Vivek Gadraj, Stephen Sankaran, Akil Joseph, Ravi Sitaram, Shane Lachman, Visham Moon, Sachin Babulal, Jason Gray, and Rajesh. So the Independent Sports Club team just making their way out into the field now. And we await the Faizabad Elite Metronomes batsmen, the opening batsmen, to join them out there. It's been quite a great season for both of these two teams, having played many matches throughout the region, well, throughout the country on the club circuit. It's likely the opening combo we might see being used by Independent Sports Club with the bowling, that is. We're likely to see quite a few overs from Jason Gray as well as Roman Singh. Tend to open the bowling throughout the season. And of course, even following more news in the Test match circuit, Australia would have claimed, well, not claimed, they would have retained the Ashes late last night. In just 11 days, one of the quickest retainments of the Ashes that we've seen in recent times. So now just wait the opening batsman of Faizabad Elite. full team of Independent Sports Club is out there. 11 men. The keeper just made his way to the boundary line. Seems to be having a bit of an issue with his pads. Just getting that sorted out. What we're actually seeing now is a bit of a drizzle. Is currently a dark cloud just to the south of the academy, which likely means it's not going to stay around for all that long. Doubt that would be the reason that the batsmen have taken so long to get out there, though. Umpires also just having a chat with one another as to whether they want to start or just push things back a few minutes. It certainly looks like it's already lightened up, so definitely that cloud will be moving towards the south. Not very likely that it will continue on, and it's pretty much gone now. The Independent Sports Club team seems ready. The umpires are ready as well. Just saw them tapping their wrists as if to signal time to the batsmen, who seem to be not too sure what they seem to be doing, but they're now heading out there. It's going to be the opening partnership of Keshava Ramphal and Shazad Mansour. Keshava Ramphal, very well known around the West Indies circuit. There you see Shazad Mansour looks as if he's gonna take first strike. It's going to be left arm over the wicket from Independent Sports Club. See, there's a slip in place, Vivek Gadraj. And there's the keeper, Stephen Sankaran. Only 2 men out on the leg side. It's right arm over, right arm around, and the first run right away is going to run close to the boundary and is going to make it all the way there. 4 runs to begin for Shazad Mansour. That's Shane Lachman opening the bowling. Shane Lachman. And that's a peach of a delivery this time. Getting the line right, second ball. So the field as it stands currently is one slip in place, a deep third man just moving a bit squarer now. Deep backward point, cover, extra cover, and the third delivery, and another beauty here from Shane Lachman. Really just letting that ball hit the seam and do the rest of the work on the way to the keeper. To complete the offside field, there's a long off. There's a mid-on on the leg side, so he's not all the way back. A mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket, and there you see that brilliant delivery again, and this time gets battered, defending, but still no more runs. Again, that cloud just seems to be hanging around. Not much of a wanted spectator those clouds would be for everyone else here. So here's Shazad Mansour facing up again. This time too wide down leg. Might have just been striving for a bit of extra movement, but a bit too greedy that time, looking for a hit too straight. Doesn't seem to be too much breeze about, rain falling quite straight at this moment. But they play on, full that time and nicely driven, and they're gonna get a single. One more delivery, one more legal delivery remaining in this over, and well, that's not a good sign. Shane Lachman just went down right after that delivery. They're all gathering around him now. Umpires called for some extra support as well. Well, this doesn't bode well for the Independent Sports Club. First over isn't even completed yet. He's back on his feet now. So there's where he got a bit of a hit on the bounce. Might have just bounced awkwardly at him. It's right there. That's not looking all that well. He's still receiving some treatment. It's all very concerning. Of course, there might have even been a bit of skid off the surface when it bounced that he mightn't have been expecting due to that bit of moisture from the drizzle. Again, the arena's cleared, so, and he's back up. There's a discussion there, one of his teammates making sure he's well and truly ready. Same field in play, this time first ball for Keshava Ramphal. Double left-handed opening partnership. Quite wide, too wide. Just on the outer edge of that wide guideline and deemed a bit too wide by the umpire. Here we go, now it's a short one, he's pulling, it's going straight towards that deep backward square, and he'll field it for one, and if the first over, it's 8 without loss. So there you can see he's just holding his face as he walks. Might have gotten that hit towards his face. Never good. It does look like he may make his way off the field for a short time. Seeing subfielder Mohan Moon coming in to replace him. So opening the bowling from the northern end is going to be Jason Gray. He's been quite a regular opening bowler throughout the season for Faizabad Elite. He's also going to opt to come round the wicket, if he's a right-hander that is. Looks as if he is. Still a slip in place, good to see. This Keshava Ramphal again, this time just on the front foot defending, and quick single, easy in the end. That fielder was in close, but was nicely, delicately placed into the cover region. An easy way to get your innings flowing. Certainly some of the guidance he would have been giving some of the youngsters in his analyst role, Keshava Ramphal. And a very full delivery clipped into the onside. And another easy single. Has to get that line right. Wouldn't want to be straying too much on the pads. No one behind square on the leg side. Seems a very normal thing in this tournament. Tend to not have protection behind square on the leg side early on. This time a bit better. There's no run. Similar type field for Gray here. Deep third man, backward point. Deep cover point. And too wide this time. Never want to be bowling there. Wide down leg. There's still those two close fielders in that cover and extra cover. Long off, and this time mid owners drop back to long on, and there's mid wicket in a regulation spot. This time nicely guided out there by Ramphal for one more. A bit shorter and wider that time. There's an easy pressure release there for the batsman. Just released. Again into the leg, a quick single. Wasn't able to quite pick up that and feel it as he would have liked to, that mid-wicket fielder. That's the sub-fielder out there, and that's a drone up there. wide to finish off, but within the guideline. It's 13 without loss after 2. So now with Lachman off the field, we'll have to see whether he makes a return soon and who they're going to go with for this third over. Looks to be Roman Singh. Yeah, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the finals of the Southern Sports Premier League has been occurring on the weekends, last weekend, this weekend, and continues through next weekend as well. So a lot of Southern sports cricket to be viewed here at the academy if you can make your way down. And that's a wide to start off from Roman Singh. So there's a lot of right-handed opening bowlers that they have within this lineup. And of course, Roman Singh is no stranger to opening the bowling. And that's just easily dealt with by Mansoor. He comes again and nicely clipped out down to deep backward square. Running for a first and coming back for a second. Easy in the end. Looks to be Jason Gray down there in that deep backward square region doing that fielding. Singh in again this time, and nice delivery there. Spot on the off stump. Seems to be getting some nice shape into the left-hander. Bit more than what we saw from. And this time, just nipping it away. Keeping Shahzad Mansoor on his toes. Letting him know that he can move it both ways. There's that slip there to remind him as well. This time wide-ish, but got bat on it and guided it towards that vacant area. Down that fine leg. 4 for Shahzad Mansoor. It's a badly lined delivery this time. Again, just going a bit too close to leg and, well, just guiding it on its way. It's looked very, very solid at the top here so far. It's been some wonderful deliveries mixed in with a few badly lined ones that have allowed them to hit some boundaries. And that's a full toss there and dispatched with disdain. Exactly what it was asking for. 4 more as the score moves on to 24 without loss. 2 full, just free your arms, and no one there was going to stop it. No one there in the deep. So it looks as if it's going to continue to be Gray from the northern end. Nicknamed Megan or Megan. This time that's cut over that third man region. It's just one in the end. Ramphal hasn't had all that much strike. And it's back to Mansour. That could be the plan of the batsman. Might just be the slightly silent partner. Mansour, probably the more aggressive, go after the bowler type. And here he's in again. And that's this time guided to the point fielder. Slight fumble, but fielded well in the end. Only one run. Still 4 men out in the deep. Long off, long on. Deep third and deep backward point. Everyone else inside. This time, good delivery there from Gray. No run on that occasion. Coming in for his 4th delivery of the over now. And this time towards cover, a bit fuller that time, but played with quite soft hands, not looking to push it past the fielder. It is 5th delivery of the over now, and this time it's shorter. Tucked up a bit, and it's a chance of a run out there. Oh my! It's fumbled. Well. See, there was looking for that single, but wasn't quite supported by his partner. And this time, just another dot delivery. Tucking him up quite nicely is Gray. And that's the end of the over. 26 without loss after 4. Things going along quite comfortably for Faizabad Elite, choosing to bat and showing why. You can see some of the supporters in the crowd there as well. It's going to be a change of bowler from the southern end. Captain Singh wasn't quite feeling it after his solitary over. It's going to be Ravi Sitaram. First sightings of spin for the evening. Nicely played there by Shahzad. Good start from Ravi Sitaram. Coming over the wicket from that southern end. And this time again into that vacant area, making full use. Just going to be one though. Nicely fielded on that occasion by Vivek Gadraj. Running across from slip. Getting a few miles in the legs early. So that deep point fielder is now coming. And this time again, a repeat of the previous shot. This time delicately. They're going to come back for a second. Again, those fielders having to do quite a bit of work. This time it was that fielder at backward point. That's Sachin Babulal. Sort of a third man, but not back on the boundary. And this time, squarer from Ramphal for single. So they have dispensed with that deep point. There's a third man in the circle. Point one cover fielder. Long off, long on, mid wicket, cow corner and deep backward square. This time guided into the offside, and again an easy single. A lot of easy singles on offer here for Faizabad Elite. Saw a few threatening deliveries in that first over. But here we go again. This time too full and driven quite comfortably by Ramphal for one more. And that's the end of the fifth over. It's 32 without loss. Ansure 20. Ramphal 8 from 13. Again, looking quite comfortable from Faizabad Elite so far. It does seem the right option to bat first, as we've seen in these evening games. Some of the ground staff out there as well, having a bit of a chat about the surface. They've used the surface exclusively throughout this tournament since last week come up to now. And he has some dinner ready as well. Gray about to begin his third over. Been rather economical up until this point. None for 7. It's a strong 7-2 offside field back in play again. Runs in from the northern end and nicely cut past point. One more to the total for Ramphal and Faizabad Elite, and it's an overthrow. Gonna get a free extra run. So 2 on that occasion. In for his second delivery and wide-ish. Wants nothing to do with it on that occasion, Ramphal. Slip seems to just be signaling towards his long off fielder, pushing him all the way back. Basically stood on the boundary rope at this point. And that's cut nicely again. One more. Bring Shazad Mansour back on strike. He's been quite aggressive so far. He'd be hoping to continue in that manner. But certainly, as we've seen those teams wanting to bat first, totals have been defended quite regularly, apart from that 20 over match we saw to kick off last week. That occasion it was a spectacular innings from a young man. Here's Shazad, he's ready. 2 taps of the bat. 3rd tap, and this time it's on the wicket. It's a wicket-to-wicket sort of delivery. Nicely directed that time from Gray. It wasn't too full. Just making him aware of the fact that he's keeping those stumps in play. This time again guided towards point, but no run. One thing we see different between these 2 opening batsmen, Mansour generally stays within the crease in between deliveries, but Ramphal does that sort of walk away towards backward square and then walk back. All different ways of ensuring that you're fully to each delivery. Oh, and that one nipped in. Jason Gray can't believe it. Thought he had his man. Didn't in the end. 35 without loss after 6. Now have a closer look at it. It was right past the outside edge. Went past it before Shazad even knew it. But all batsmen have their sort of ways to tune out in between deliveries, because it is quite a task to be on point for every single delivery. Need to find your way of relaxing your mind in between. Of course, David Warner would famously undo his gloves and redo them in between each delivery. I could not ever imagine doing that. I feel like they were in a different position every single time, and that would drive me crazy. See that lovely sunset, as we tend to see as well here at the Brian Lara Academy. There's another change of bowler. They've really been rotating those bowlers from the southern end. A nice delivery there to Ramphal to start off. And that's good news as well. Shane Lachman back on the field after dealing with that knock that he would have taken. He's certainly wanting to use the seam on this ball before it goes soft. Got quite a few deliveries to nip past this man, Shazad Mansour, in that first over. And this time it's too full. Over, cover, 1 run. Sweeper in the deep. That's long. On coming across. Long off coming across. 1 more. It's one thing this team have done really well, I would say, is going at those singles, looking for as much as you can get. They set off for that first one quickly. Many times in the previous matches we've seen, haven't quite seen that willingness to run. This time again full towards cover, and probably saved a few runs there in the end. Still gave away 1, but there's a tight ring there, cover and extra cover. This time 3 fielders in the leg side. A bit extra protection there. It still can't too far down leg because no one. Fine, right there. You don't want to there. It's exactly what you cannot do. No signal there from the umpire, but definitely looked a bit wide. He probably heard something. And this time he's heard something as well. Edge there from Mansour. Exactly the sort of delivery Lachman was troubling him with in the first over. Keeper there, number 10. Sankaran not quite able to get it, and wouldn't you know it as well? The slip has been taken out. If the slip was in place there, wonder he could have dived across, but they've dispensed with that slip a bit too early. And pulling this time over mid-wicket. 4 more runs for this time. It's going to be Ramphal. He's growing in confidence now. 47 without loss. And it's just 7 overs gone. That's sort of a chain reaction effect. So that chance. And then you might just be striving a bit harder this time. Dropping it short, missing your length and put away. Sun going behind those trees that line the western side of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now well and truly in the shade. Both the players and spectators would appreciate that. So Gray still going with his 7-2 field. No slip though. As a deep third man, sort of a gully fielder, you would say. And played past that gully fielder, but no run. Yeah, he has sort of a gully, wide-ish gully fielder. Has a regulation point as well, and a deep point. A lot of fielders in that region, but you could understand that both these batsmen have seemed keen to just play those wider deliveries into that region. At this time, that's going up. 2 fielders running towards it on the leg side, but it lands in between them both. This time he was pulling it a bit from too wide. You would say that delivery, but no one was ever going to get to that. It was smack in between both of them. It's also probably a very difficult time to catch at this stage in the evening. This time driven competently. Keshava Ramphal with a beautiful shot this time through covers. You see there, it was very full. All he had to do was just get bat to ball. It's good batting awareness as well. He knows that point area has been strengthened in the field. He knows cover is a bit weakened now as well, so good shot making. This time into leg. They're gonna go for 1. They're coming back for a second. Easy 2 runs. They still haven't fielded the ball, and a third one. They're coming back very quickly this time, but easy in the end. So again, that trend of running from Faizabad Elite has been quite sensational. Quite a fielder at deep third. You can see him just towards the top right, just going out of frame. He is running all the way across the field. That Green again, and nicely into leg for 1 more. It's a trend that I find a bit difficult to comprehend in this tournament, of bowlers really not wanting anyone behind square on the leg side until much later on in the game. Of course, no power plays or fielding restrictions in this 30 over format. Now you actually see he's putting a man behind square. He's just towards the left of that square leg umpire. Oh, and a beauty this time from Gray. Good straightening off the seam. And that finishes the over at 56 after 8. That's 4 overs for Gray so far, none for 19. Threatened a few times, but was that man, Lachman, last over with that chance. There's a huge cheer in the crowd right now as well. We've certainly come out here now. Another change of bowler. It's pretty much been a change every over from the southern end. And that's hit so hard. Well, all the way for 6. Wanted nothing to do with that. As far as defending it, it was all about attack. That's Visham Moon, the new bowler. He's certainly been hit to the moon. Mansoor again, certainly the aggressive partner of this partnership. And what a way to greet a new bowler. Just getting their field right. 3 in the deep on the leg side, exactly where that shot went. This time that one skidded through a bit quicker, and was a chance there certainly, but lucky in the end it didn't go back onto the stumps. So there's 3 in the deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long one. There's also a shorter mid wicket, regulation mid wicket, around the wicket this time to Ramphal. Wonder if that's a specific decision they've made to bowl round the wicket to Ramphal. Well, Visham Moon that is, or if that was brought about by the 6. Sweeping this time, easy single, and coming back for that second. Really just a jog. He knew it was ample time. This time driven towards long off. Easy single again. Run rate of 7.47 so far. This partnership blooming quite nicely. So it's 5 men in the deep. And this time just a defense, allowing that over to finish on a quieter note. It's 66 without loss. Mansoor 35 from 29. most of the boundaries, and Ramphal 27 from 25, 2 fours, but both positive strike rates. Doesn't seem too entertained as yet, but it's been some brilliant batting. So now it looks as if Ravi Sitaram has been switched around to the northern end. We'll get a better chance now to look at exactly what he's doing with the ball. Couldn't quite tell if he was turning it with his wrist or with his fingers. So here he goes now. And full toss, but straight into the hands of short cover. Or is it? Seems as if it might have just gone to him on the bounce. Went to him very quickly regardless. Great piece of fielding. Good reaction time. This time almost yorked him on that occasion, but Ramphal runs that first one quick, and a misfield there. Did all the hard work getting towards the ball. Just a bit of a fumble on the end. Not quite getting down. That's Rajesh down there. 4 runs. Easy 4. So same 3 fielders deep on the leg side. All pretty much forward of square. Nice delivery there. No run. There's also that short regulation mid wicket. The offside, there's a long off cover sweeper. Extra cover point, and that's hit straight to that cover point. There's also a third man inside the ring. Apart from that misfield, it's been a quite good over from Ravi Sitaram. Nicely bowled there again. Certainly getting some response from the surface. Looks to be off spin rather than leg spin. And that's pulled into the leg side. Gonna go. Is it 4 or 6? Let's wait for the umpire. It's going all the way for 6. So in the end, 11 runs coming from that over. And really, it was quite easy, I have to say. That time, 2 leg side-ish. And all batsman had to do there was just send it upwards, skywards, flying into that region behind square. Again, no one in the field over there. Moon looks set to bowl his second over. So they might have been now going away from that ploy of rotation at the southern end. Hasn't quite worked out for them so far. At the 10 over mark now, so things going along quite nicely too. Is that 2.5 hour cutoff to get your 30 overs in. Started a bit late due to that slight drizzle, combination of factors really. There was that, there was the keeper needing a bit of work done. There's also the batsmen taking quite some time to come out, but they were just building up the anticipation for this show they're putting on. Moon continues round the wicket to Ramphal and no run. Coming in again. And this time slightly more round arm and clip down to long on for one. Now they do have someone behind square. They have two actually. Defended. Nice push from Mansour. No run. And the square leg umpire is opting now to stand at point. Pushed out into the offside for one more. It's really been nothing extravagant from these batters either. They've done it at quite a reasonable rate. They haven't looked to go for any shots that weren't there for the taking. And again, just showing respect where it's due on that delivery. It's right on the off stump and didn't see it fit to do anything untoward. End of the over there. Nicely pushed down to the third man region. He's running after it. He's probably going to get to it, and he does. And they make it back for 2 easy runs. 81 without loss. It's only 11 overs. They're certainly building towards quite a large target. At this stage, they've definitely got at least 250 in mind, projected 221 as you can see there with the current rate. Guy on the right doesn't seem too pleased with the way that things have been going so far. Seems very animated. So here's Sitaram again, full that time and driven down to that sweeper. There's that cover sweeper, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. And inside the circle is third man, point, cover and mid wicket. And nicely forward on that one. You see now with the spin though, when Ramphal was facing up to the pacers, he was walking away in between deliveries. This time he's right there at the crease. And hit just past a diving point fielder there. And is going to get 4 runs. Was a half of a chance there. But it went past him like a rocket. Again. And this time it's hit straight onto the stumps. Oh, that's a soft dismissal in the end. Looks so good in this innings of 39. But this time, Sitaram accounting for that at the first wicket of this innings. It was very full, came off the inside edge, was driving with a slightly angled bat there. But I have to say it was a good bit of work keeping it full. And that's the first reward for Independent Sports Club, 86 for 1. Pretty much a Yorker there. Can't really give him wrong for wanting to drive at it either. Just saw him practice the drive after that dismissal as well. Just wanted to angle the bat slightly less. So Miguel Hiraman now makes his way out to join Shazad Mansour. Number 87 there. Number that many Australians don't seem to like. Yes, it's you take away 13 from 100 and turn it upside down as Australia down under. Right-left combination now in play. Gonna be a lot more scrambling around the field now. So square leg umpire run across as well. His delivery and tucked into leg. Easily off the mark now for Hiraman. Slight misfield there at the mid-wicket position. Well, number 87 is at the crease and the score is 87 as well. Same sort of field for Shazad Mansour as we saw earlier. And dabbed past third man there. Coming back for a second easily in the end. So 2 more to the total as it moves up to 89 for 1. So Moon to continue, just getting his field right now. First right-hander on strike that he's had in this innings. Just wanting to make sure everything is precise. Still 5 out in the deep, no more than 5 at this moment. Nicely coming forward and pushing that. Pretty much the exact same field and inverse Well, that third man now comes into slip. And it's one past cover there. I was wondering there. He was in with a chance, that slip fielder. But he got enough bat on it. Yeah, they've been quite eager to not have that slip in place. But I think to a spinner, you're always in with a chance when you got a slip, in whatever format it may be. It's strange as well that he's also only had it there for the right-hander, when naturally you'd say he'd probably get the ball going away from the left-hander more often. And another easy single for Shahzad as he moves ever so closer to 50. So that's captain there at slip, Raman Singh. This time tucked into leg. They run one quickly, looking for a second, and well, that slip fielder again doing quite a great bit of yardage. But that's the captain. He wants to lead from the front, show all of his teammates exactly what he expects from each and every one of them. Wide on that occasion. So what he actually has is a very short, long off in place, short mid off in place now. And cut quite nicely down to the cover sweeper. One more. Around the wicket to Shahzad. And forward defending. Ends the 13th over. It's 95 for 1. There's the flag of the Independent Sports Club. Looks as if they have both football and cricket teams. Certainly doing quite well for themselves. Sitaram to begin his 4th over, the only wicket taker so far. And that's very full and nicely guided for 4. It was sort of a half sweep, half pull sort of shot from Miguel Hiraman, but it was right there for the taker. Continued that trend of very educated shots from all of the batsmen, really not being extravagant. There's the Faizabad flag now, Faizabad Elite. So both teams have many of their supporters in here, and they hope to both be waving those flags high at some point. Would be open for a well-fought competitive game. Round the wicket now. There's just one man just to the side of the umpire. So he can't stray there again. But he does. And more extra runs here. He's going to go for 4. Exactly what you wouldn't want to be doing. Change the angle, but no change of result. Making those fielders do a lot of work there. That's Visham Moon. And the hundreds up as well for Faizabad Elite. So why you hear so much of that crowd noise now. And again, and that's where you'd want to be, guiding it towards that cover sweeper for one. And it's Mansoor back on strike now. He's on 46, looking for 4 and dabbing that down to third, but he does a bit of a misfield, so he's going to come back for the second. Cleaned up in the end by a point fielder coming across. He moves to 48. And driven beautifully. Cover sweeper comes around. That man there is on 49, Shazad Mansoor. Miguel Hiraman has wasted no time getting into his innings. Round the wicket to him again, and driven, diving fielder there. It shows it's an easy single in the end. Bale's lighting up there, but was well and truly home. End of the 14th, it's 108 for 1. That looks to be Captain Roman Singh getting back into the attack from the southern end. And indeed it is. Miguel Hiraman to take strike. It looks as if he's gonna have that deep third man back in place, just getting his field fully set up again. It's gonna be a backward pointer, cover sweeper, cover, shortish extra cover, long off, mid wicket, long on, and a deep mid wicket sort of fielder in between mid wicket, and that's driven towards cover sweeper, uppishly over the infielders, but just one, and it brings the man of the moment back on strike. That's guided into the offside. Quick single. And you hear the cheers. You hear the crowd. All of the supporters. Raises the bat towards them. It's been a brilliant inning so far from Shazad Mansoor. Started off aggressively. Continued in that way. There was that one chance, but he's made full use of it. And that sort of embodies the innings as well. Yes, there's been some clean hitting, but there's also been A lot of singles on offer that they have taken. Both him and Keshava Ramphal earlier, and Hiraman as well. Oh, that one kept low. Just passed under the bat. He had to duck, trying to get back towards it. And this time on the back foot, hit out to cover sweeper, and one more easily added to the total. Score sits on Nelson for 1. And that one's giving him a bit of a wonder that time. Extra bounce from Roman Singh. Dealt with quite well in the end. And this partnership, second wicket partnership, already up to 25. Again, a straight delivery. Pushed into the offside for none, and the score remains Nelson. 1-1-1 for 1. See Keshava Ramphal, the only wicket so far, bowled by Ravi Sitaram. 39 runs. Mansoor bringing up his 50 in that over, and it is going to be drinks as well. At the 15 over mark, we'll take a short break. So 1-1-1 for 1 at the halfway stage of Faizabad Elite's innings. An hour and about 10 minutes in so far, so going quite well for the 2.5 hour time frame. But of course, that second half usually the slower half as you get into that final few overs. Looks like a new bowler coming into the attack. Akil Joseph. So he's marked his run up. He's going to be running in from the northern end here. Miguel Hiraman takes his guard now. And pushed into for 1. Batting on a sort of leg stump guard there, Hiraman. Giving himself a lot of space in the offside. Staying over the wicket to the left-hander. It's hit towards that backward point fielder. Interesting run up here from Akil Joseph. Real power through the crease on that action. Umpire again opting to stand in the offside, or probably just staying on one side with the rotation of right and left-handers. And this time very short. Mid-wicket was in with a half chance there. And they're going to stick to 1. They wanted a second. Sent back rightly so in the end. Certainly getting some good bounce out of the surface. Seems relatively quite quick as well. There as well. Bit of inward movement with the angle. There's a deep third man who's very fine, almost like a fly slip. On the back foot. And quick single again. Coming back for a second. He throws it, but can't quite get the throw right. Akil Joseph doesn't seem too happy there with that. Really was no need for that second run. Yeah, he seems fine now. It's always the heat of the moment. And this time over the offside cover, jumps at it. Can't quite get close to it. Sweeper feels it in the end and they come back for 2. Finishes the 16th over, 117 for 1. 31 runs the partnership. And Shazad Mohammed has a companion joining him on 50 across in New Zealand, Brandon King, bringing up 53. She's on right now. He's been quite brilliant at the top of the order. Second half century for him. Opening the batting, that is. Would have been a bit displeasing that previous match when he was run out in that second innings, trying to put up a total, but in this match he's really been in full flow. Interestingly, Campbell at the other end, only contributing 2. runs so far in this partnership. West Indies 59 without loss at the current stage. So Roman Singh, captain, comes back in. Again, that deep third is pretty much at a fly slip. It's come finer and finer throughout this innings. Oh, and that one had him wondering, really wondering, Shahzad Mohammed. Through to the keeper. No damage done. In for his second delivery and driving this time. Through those two fielders at cover for one. They seem very eager to get those second runs, which is good. Have to say that's very good to see. Just need to nail the communication down a bit more so that they don't run themselves out at any point. They don't want to be losing wickets in that fashion. So here's Miguel Hiraman in again. And that's hit so powerfully this time. All the way for 6. Miguel Hiraman. He's not wasting any time. He's come in and he's continued to go hard. And that's exactly what you want from a number 3 batsman when your opening bowlers, the opening batsmen have started you off so well. This time was too full from Captain Singh, and all he had to do was just extend the arms. They're certainly amping up the rhythm as well. This time 2 much down the leg side, 4 more, sweeping that, really sweeping a pacer with disdain really there from Hiraman. 32 from 18 he moves on to now. Oh, Captain Roman Singh is not gonna be glad with what he's putting out here. Could blame no one else. All those Faizabad Elite supporters would be glad they made the journey up here today. This one coming in at him. No run there. It's already, again, 11 runs from the over. They continue to bat at a tempo that keeps that current rate going up and up. This time tucking it, but straight to the fielder. And that's the end of the over. 128 for 1. So Akil Joseph continues, and that one they kept slightly low, but just pushed into the offside for 1. Let's see if he could utilize that bit of bounce he's getting here. Slight bit of movement as well. Still a strong offside field, 6-3. Again, that nice natural movement into Hiraman. Just keeping him watchful. Again, utilizing vacant area on the leg side It's gonna slow up in the outfield though. 2 more to hero, man. Was just looking to guide it there. Was never really looking for the boundary, which is, well, it's 1 short on that occasion, signaled by the umpire. Wonder which one was the culprit. And pushed through cover. Slight misfield there, but nothing that's gonna make it more than 1 run. Staying over the wicket to Shahzad. Too wide that occasion. From that angle. Was going across him and it continued to go across. Keeping the keeper more alert than anyone. He goes again. I think he must get a wicket soon. I'm going to call it early. That's, well, that's not the most wonderful looking shot there from Shahzad. Was really a heave, a bit of a hoik. Definitely looking for power there more than anything. Nicely punching on the back foot. Down to cover sweeper. 1 more. 134 for 1. One thing that's also been quite good from Independent Sports Club, I have to say, is the extras. Only 6 extras so far. Always good to see a bowling attack that makes sure to not give away as much as they can. Some running repairs being done to Shahzad Mansoor there. Been out there for quite a while. Quick single. As Moon comes back into the attack. Mansoor facing up to Visham Moon around the wicket now. And that's going past the keeper. Going past him so quickly, he didn't have time to react. 4 more runs. Well, would have expected the keeper to do a better job at getting to that. Certainly Visham Moon would have expected him to. It's the second time Mansoor has been a bit edgy in that region there. As I said earlier, they pretty much haven't used this slip to him when he's been playing against this spin, but they had him early on in that same vicinity. A chance that they didn't take. And again here to spin. This time softer hands, pushing it, and easy single in the end. Certainly an interesting name, Moon, as well. Wonder how if anyone out there would be named Sunny Moon. Here's Miguel Hiraman to face up again. Trying to sweep, goes onto the pad with seam, but not lining up for the umpire. Can't quite say if he got any bat on it. And this time hit. Well, that fielder was in with a chance. Maybe in with a slight chance, but it went over him all the way for 6. Very easy that time. It's a full delivery. Same fielder has been down there throughout most of this innings with that red hat on. Comes in again, goes back and cutting, but it's only going to be one. Finishes off the 19th. It's 147 for 1. Hiraman moving ever so closer towards 50 to join Shazad Mansoor. Third over for Akil Joseph, none for 12 from his 2 so far. Getting the positioning of that fly slipping precision now. Backward point, cover sweeper, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket and deep mid wicket, cow corner fielder. And that's nicely played down to cover sweeper. One more. They've made a habit of playing that shot regularly. It's always a shot you want to try to maximize. Gain as much as you can when you're not getting boundaries, but they've been getting as much boundaries as they can as well. And really at this stage, you have to say Independence might need to try something different. Driven. It's one more. Coming back for a second. Lovely running from these two. Timed it well enough to get it out to that cover sweeper. But he knew not to hit it too hard to allow himself that time if he wanted a second. No run this time. Good line delivery there. He's certainly found a nice rhythm, especially to both batsmen really. It's just been the odd delivery a bit too short in between. There again, some good areas now. Examining Mansour. Slower that time, but gave him enough time to guide the shot down to backward point for one more. Partnership roaring now, 65 the current partnership. They've certainly made it a habit of batting well in partnerships, understanding that batting is not just a individual game. And this time hit into the leg side there for 4 more. Miguel Hiraman moves to 48 now in rapid time. Oh, that one was just coming across him. Utilize the angle and also utilize vacant area. 155 for 1. 10 more overs to be bowled. A bit of a meeting ongoing there. Some support staff joining the FYZABAD Elite metronomes. Just maybe some intel going back inside about what the surface might be offering, in addition to maybe some targets as far as what the batting team would be looking at. Of course, the bowling team, Independence Sports Club, taking some time there as well to maybe formulate something new. Change of bowler from the southern end. And pulling was very much off the top edge, it looked like, and you can see there it's not going to make it to the boundary. Only one in the end. That's Shane Lachman coming back into the attack. He's only bowled single over spells so far, but he's caused Mansour the most issues. Right-handed Hiraman on strike now. Forward on that, just punching down to long off for 1. He's 1 away from that number now. So no real differences in the field after that short discussion. And this time very full, heading into the offside. Cover sweeper comes in And he takes the catch. Shahzad Mansoor has to go after 63. Brilliant runs. He's caught by that man there who's bowling from the northern end, Akil Joseph. He went into that region there actually. He wasn't the man who was always in that region throughout most of the innings, but change of personnel more than anything. Ran in quickly and made sure that catch was his. Certainly not the best delivery you would see from Shane Lachman. Was going across him, never landed, was a low full toss. And it's one of those deliveries that could gain a lot of luck more than anything. Number 25, Captain Andesh Deonarain. He's gonna make his way out there now. Dramatic time for Miguel Hiraman, who's on 49. Just watch his batting partner. He batted so well with now 4. But those low full tosses, they can be pretty much a hit or miss. Sometimes it's a great batting shot. Easy way to get yourself 6 runs or 4 runs. And sometimes, especially if it comes out of the arm a bit slower, which it may have on that occasion, you just lose a lot of timing on it. At this stage of the evening, it isn't usually very breezy, but that is also the direction of the field where the wind comes from. So it could have been a factor as well. First delivery to Deonarain, and he's playing all around it there. Wonder if Lachman at this stage is looking for some Yorkers. He missed his length that previous occasion with the full toss, and then first ball to Deonarain, again very full. Couldn't do much with it. This time shorter and easily. Now he's off the mark. Coming back for a second. Good work on the boundary there. The keeper just adjusting the fielders in that very region. And that one came in at him. Hands on this head. Gonna come back for the second. Keeper has to make his way out there to his fielding. It's 161 for 2 after 21. So that over bringing a second reward after that short break. So whatever they would have said in between on the bowling side might have worked. I also wonder if the message that came out for the batsmen would have included for Mansoor to maybe go a bit more aggressively. Always wonder if sometimes when you get past that 50, if sometimes you slow down, sometimes you have the thought of that century in your head, and maybe you bat a bit more circumspect. But certainly whatever message came out, they've continued to attack, which they definitely should at this stage. 9 more overs to go, 8 more wickets in the shed. 4th over in succession about to begin for Akil Joseph, the man who took that very catch. Wide down the leg side. Not the greatest start to the over. Just losing his run up a bit. Nicely tucked away. Coming back for the second. He trips on himself there. Well, made a recovery in time. Well, everyone's uproaring now. Miguel Hiraman has brought up his 50. Brilliant knock from him. Came in, wasted no time getting into the innings. There was a slip from the fielder and a slip from the non-striker Deonarine. Both of them seem to help each other out. And on the same way, as that one again is another wide. And at that same time, Miguel Hiraman was just like, well, let me just bring up a 50 while you're all slipping and sliding. And again, he's not gonna let that slow him down. Almost went all the way for 6, but landed just short of the boundary rope. That was there. That was in the slot. And that was luscious there. .55 from 33. They can't seem to slow them down, regardless of the wickets. This time he's going to just turn the strike over. Or is he? He's not. He's coming back for a second. He wants as many runs as he can get. You can certainly see the hunger for runs from Miguel Hiraman. And you could also see as well, maybe Manchu was getting just a bit tired. Wasn't quite running as adeptly as he was at the start. Now with his captain out there, all fresh and ready to go. And they've really put a pedal down on the run machine. And that's going down towards point 4 more. Diving point fielder was never in with much of a chance. Well, he has given them many reasons for being out here on this Sunday evening. Everyone in the crowd ably supporting. And again, and he's just guiding it into the offside. He left his bat at the non-striker's end. It's always dangerous running without your bat, but in that moment, if you think about it, that's already time being wasted. Again, you just see how much he wants these runs. 1, 2 wides. 2 being run 3 times. And 2 boundaries in the over so far. 16 runs. And can he add more? Yes, he does add more. A sweep will ensure that he keeps strike. 64 from 37 he is. Top scorer of the innings. 178 for 2. 8 more overs to go. Looks as if Shane Lachman is finally going to get more than a 1 over spell. Comes in for his second over of this spell now. Into Hiraman, and good delivery there. Exactly where you would have wanted to land it. In again and pulling all the way for 6. Miguel Hiraman moves to 70 now. He's racing along. He's not treating this bowling with any respect at all. And discussions there with the captain, just informing him, keep on going. That field out there had a lot of work to do. He was in the cow corner, deep mid wicket position, and that ball raced over him and then pretty much went into the grass mounds where he had to fetch it back from. And it's those little things as well that tires out the fielding team as well. Wide that time, too wide. Miguel Hiraman on the ground trying to fetch it. And especially when you choose to bat first defender total, try to run the fielding team as ragged as you can. The confidence of the bowlers takes a dent. Captain is wandering at 1,000 miles a minute. Another quick single there from Hiraman. It is a single this time. He's tried to convert my singles into doubles many times throughout this innings. And then when they come to bat second and they look at that big total on the scoreboard, it's always a difficult task. Especially when throughout the season, he comes in for his 4th delivery of the over and hits straight to the point fielder. Not caught by him though. But brilliant work there to ensure that it went for no runs. And that's Deonarine on strike, trying to cut loose himself. Building some pressure. Good to see from Lachman here. He'd want to keep Deonarine on strike as much as he can. That's what he has to get from his fielders. Try to maybe bring a few of those in for this final delivery. Well, actually, no, the opposite of that. He wants him to run that single. So bowl a delivery like that. And, well, the fielder's too good. It's going to be no run again. He's certainly energetic out there as that man at backward point. But that certainly could be a tactic, the way that Hiraman is batting. You want to keep the strike away from him as much as you can. You see much advice being shared there from Hiraman to Deonarine, doing the lion's share of the talking there. Change of bowler now. Jason Gray back into the attack. 1 for 19 from his 4 overs. Still has 2 more overs left. Still quite interested to figure out how he got that nickname. bowling to Hiraman. What does he have to offer him? Well, he has 4 more runs to offer him, and he takes that easily. It was 2 straight on that occasion, and that one fielder behind square pretty much just at a regulation backward square position. He's continuing to walk towards mid-wicket. So again, it's that reluctance to have anyone in the field in that region. And they've continued to bowl very straight regardless of that. Really no real reason to not plug that area at this stage of the innings. No run that time. Better line from Gray. And this one is hit up and it's gone for 4 runs. 2 full from Gray on that occasion. Doesn't really look to be trying any change-ups or anything at this stage either. He's just feeding it into his arc here, man. They seem to be lacking ideas out there, Independent Sports Club. He's gonna go round the wicket now. See if that aids him in any way. So he now does have a man just to the right of the umpire at square leg. And that's not gonna make any difference. Again, just put someone at fine leg. Anyone. It's not working for the Independent Sports Club. Faizabad Elite racing along towards 200. Too short of 200. There's still so much time left in the innings. Current rate projected score 251. And they're probably poised to go past that too. Regardless of whether it's been not the best bit of bowling or field placements, it's certainly been a very nice track on offer here. And this time through the offside towards sweeper for 1. Oh no! Misfield on this occasion. Coming towards it and went past him. Didn't get his hands low enough. And that's the 200 on the board as well for Faizabad Elite. Certainly proving to be elite on the day. Hiraman moves to 87 now. It's been 4.444 so far this over. Given the situation is probably going to be another. Well, uppishly that time. First real time that he's looked in any sort of trouble. That short extra cover fielder there was almost in play. Certainly the ground staff have ruled out quite a batting friendly surface, you'd say. Much runs on offer, and it's probably going to continue to be runs on offer in the second innings too. Ball hasn't really turned all that much. With the new ball, there's a bit of movement on offer, but apart from that first 8 overs or so, it wasn't really doing all that much. Lachman again from the southern end to bowl this time to Andesh Deonarain. So this is where they have to try to open up a few cracks. Captain's there. He's certainly not going to give his wicket away, but bowling here from Latchman said try to keep him on strike, try to give him dot deliveries, and certainly not do that. Full toss, rocked across it, and just sort of guided it into fine leg. Too easy this bowling for the batsmen. I will say, compared to the previous matches, there hasn't been nearly as much fielders outside of the circle. Been about 5 or 6 so far at the most. Better that time from Latchman. Whereas in previous matches we saw upwards of 8. Sometimes even the entire fielders apart from the keeper and bowler were outside of the circle. Especially for that last week Division 2 final. This time driven past short extra cover. And that's a 50 partnership between these two. Hiraman, the much dominant partner, 38 runs for him. Latchman to Hiraman this time, and good delivery. Almost a Yorker length, but carved into the offside. Still able to gain those singles when the boundaries aren't plentiful. That one, a bit of extra bounce. Coming up at him quite quickly today on the right, and there's no run. I'm hoping this doesn't jinx him here, but it's been a good over from Latchman so far. Well, it's gone over his head towards long off, and it is going to just stay at 1. So, good over in the end in this situation. 209 for 2 with 5 more overs to be bowled. Captain Roman Singh is back into the attack, changing across now to the northern end. He'd be hoping for a change of luck. As a regulation deep third man rather than the fly slip we've seen for most of the pacers. For some of the, well, popped up back into his hand on a fumble, took it the second time. Brilliant work off his own bowling there. Never want to drop those, especially as the captain. It's always gonna come back to bite you sometimes. And out there again, a low full toss. never landed on the pitch and hit straight back at him. Just almost didn't know what to do with that ball. Sort of caught him off guard, and it's one of those things that really works with those low full tosses. And had to stretch across, take it on the second attempt. Very good bit of feeling of his own bowling. Especially to keep calm in the moment when he popped it up. Didn't take it first time. Always lead to a panic. But in that case, it didn't. New batsman Navindra Bukal. So another left-hander now. If it wasn't already hard enough for the bowling to deal with. Full toss that time. Hit down to that fielder who, well, that deep fly slip fielder has now come back in to the left-hander. So Bukal off the mark and Hiraman back on strike. Exactly what Faizabad Elite would want after losing that wicket. So there's that. Hiraman back on strike. And another full toss. 4 more runs it looks like. It's going to beat the fielder there. Again, full toss. Just pulling the bat across. That's all he had to do in the end. It's way too easy. Way too easy for Hiraman. Batting like a dream. And he has brought that fly slip back in for him now. Interesting. And this time almost chopped on. It's going to be a single in the end. Lucky from Hiraman. Could use that luck at this stage in the nervous 90s. We'll see if any of those nerves have any effect on him. Yorker delivery that time from Bukal. Just through his legs for one more. Did he get any bat on it? No signal from the umpire, so looks as if he did. It is too deep on the offside now. Pushed to one of those men out there. One more, he keeps the strike. And 217 for 3 after 26. And across in New Zealand, West Indies losing their first wicket. Brandon King having to go back to Jacob Duffy would have done for him. Score stands on 87 for 1 currently. So at the current rate, doesn't seem likely that they would get bowled out. King falling for 67 runs. Campbell already facing more than 100. They're certainly locked in for the evening now. Huge run chase on offer. So we're going to see a lot of action in the second innings as well. And there's still a bit of business to be dealt with in this first innings. And well, as we say that, John Campbell has just fallen. Hiraman on strike. Lachman pushes it. He pushes it back to Lachman. This time, cross-batted shot into the deep on the leg side. It's just going to be one. Moves on to 95 from just 52 deliveries, mind you. Yeah, he's down on his haunches at the non-strikers and just taking a bit of rest while he can. It's been belligerent from him so far. Over the wicket to the left-handed Navindra now. Who's just going to give back the strike to Hiraman. He knows his role at this stage. That run rate just slowing up a bit too. Projection going down from 251 to 248. So you could just feel the bowling slightly coming back in now, but Hiraman is not gonna let that go on for too long. Lofted into leg side and is easily 2 more runs for him. He's not slowing down in his running or his strike rate. He's keeping Bukal on his toes as well. 3 away from that landmark now. 3 men in the leg side. They're all being sent back on the boundary now. Four deep on the offside. And that's towards backward point for no run. So there's that deep mid-wicket, cow corner, long on, long off. There's a deep extra cover and a deep cover point. Somewhere between cover and cover point. 2 sweepers, to say the least. Final delivery of the over. And it's pushed back to him again. So another good over here from Lachman. Take a look at the scorecard. It's been domination from the top 3. 63, 39, 97. Strike rate of 176 here from Hiraman. Captain Singh bowls to Buchanan. He's bowled. Leg stump completely out of the ground. Good delivery there, very full. Just dipped on him a bit too. Leg stump was no friend of his. 2 for 33 his figures now. And it's really been quite a turnaround after he's changed ends. None for 25 from the southern end. And now 2 for 8 bowling from the northern end. And that's exactly where you want to be at this stage. A dipping Yorker delivery is never easy for any batsman. There's Anderson Ramkisoon. Now going to join Miguel Hiraman, growing ever so much more anxious now on 97. It's been a noticeable slowdown in the tempo as well. So a comeback phase, you could say, for Independent Sports Club. If they can continue on putting pressure throughout the final 2 overs and a bit, they could stand a chance here. They need to carry that momentum through to the second innings. Certainly also giving the Independence supporters a few words back at their Faizabad Elite competitors. It seems like the Zing Bail charge is not sure. So the battery was dying on one of them yesterday, and it seems as it's happened again. The umpire needs to do a better job of paying attention to what's going on out there. Third umpire is in the shade, up in a comfortable position, probably seated. Needs to do the one thing he's come out here to do: support his 2 compatriots out on the field. We saw yesterday, one of the umpires had to walk all the way back into the crowd just to get that recharge bail. You know these things are going to happen. You saw it happen yesterday. Be prepared. See many time wasting from the players. Now we're seeing time wasting from the umpires. Ramki soon gets ready to face now. Back to a more orthodox sort of field position. Just 5 in the deep now. Full and pushing at that. No run for him as yet. There's those 3 fielders in the covering. Long off cover sweeper. Deep third man, and 3 fielders in the leg side that have been there throughout the entire innings for the most part. And that's going up. That's going towards long off and through his legs. 4 to get off the mark for Anderson Ramkisoon. Came off the bottom of the bat there. Was in with a chance. Didn't get to it, and it went through his legs. Nutmegged him. If you're wondering, no, there's no one behind square on the leg side. Yorker that time. Brilliant bit of bowling here from the captain. both him and Roman Singh, both him and Lachman, Shane Lachman, have done here at the end what they should have done at the start, really. You wonder if that knock from Lachman would have sort of thrown their plans off a bit, because they seem keen on opening the bowling together. And that's gone high. How far is it going? Far enough. 6 runs for Miguel Hiraman. Century for Miguel Hiraman. 103. Brilliant knock from this man here. Raises the helmet, raises the bat. The crowd, the Faizabad Elite flag is flying high now. All of his supporters there. All of his teammates there. Was high in the night sky, was in the slot there for the taking, and he got just enough on it. He's all jumping about now. That's the flagman himself. Yorker again. Brilliant reply. Had to get bat on it. Didn't get bat on it. That would have been curtains for Hiraman. But it's not so in the end. 232 for 4. In spite of that century, it has been a pretty decent comeback from Independent Sports Club. They do have to find is 1 over here. Lachman is bowled out. Could very well likely be Jason Gray. Akil Joseph is another candidate. Unless they opt for spin, which I doubt they will do. It is going to be Akil Joseph from the southern end. And after 36 overs, West Indies 89 for 3 across in New Zealand. 2 wickets falling in quick succession there from Ajaz Patel. Campbell for 16 and Hodge for a duck after his brilliant 123 unbeaten. Hope and Athenay is at the crease. Athenay is yet to get off the mark. And back here now, Akil Joseph about to start his 5th over, bowling to Anderson Ramki soon. And just pushes it into the offside. Quick single. Gives Hiraman the strike. Here he's going to come back for another. Overthrows. And he's going to be another overthrow. Well, that's certainly something, is it? It's one of the other issues when it comes to not having anyone behind sway on the leg side. I've said it at least 10 times throughout the innings. But the other issue that presents is fielders from the offside throw the ball back to the keeper. If there's no one backing up, a lot of times you throw at that angle, it is going to miss everyone else on the leg side. And that's going up. That's going very high and it's going very far. 6 more for Hiraman. Doesn't look to be tiring at any point here at this late stage of the innings. It's just over his head. Wider this time. It's up and fielders settle under it. But they all misjudged it. There were 3 fielders in the region. Has he been run out? So it went up. Fielders were settling there. Came back there. He kicked it. Football skills. picked it up there, and it looked as if it did hit before the bat landed. It is going to be out for Miguel Anderson Ramke soon. And at the same time, Hiraman is seeming to be nursing maybe cramps at this stage. Probably just cramps. Hopefully for them it's nothing more. So that would have been Hiraman hitting the ball up, taking a single. And he would have been running back. So in that case, there would have been a run completed before the dismissal. New batsman Sherwin Lutchman is going to be at the non-striker's end. Is he? Yes, he is. He's going at it again. Has he had enough on it? Yes, he does. Goes this time for 6 more. Just a runaway train that never seems to stop. It's just clean hitting more than anything. They've put it up there for him to hit, and he's taken him to task each and every time. 116. And again, up, straight, very high. And still they don't want to take the catch. It was up there for an eternity. They had time to run back, have a chat, and he still couldn't get there. Even the bowler didn't want it. $250 up. It has been brought up in the end. And really after that stage where they were applying pressure, slowing down the run rate, this is the last thing you need. Akil Joseph, none for 55. You certainly don't want to put those figures up on your wall and frame it. Wide this time, gets bat on it, and still they don't take it. 4 more. 122 from 62 deliveries, almost striking at 200. That came off the bottom of the bat, but he still had enough power to get it to the boundary. Could have gone for a wide if he left it. 254. They're going crazy there in the crowd. Sherwin Lutchman has seen all of that unfold from the non-striker's end. Now he's going to have his say. Roman Singh, captain, gets his field in place now. Wide-ish that time, hit towards that fielder at long off, but just one in the end, landing well short of him. 6 fielders in the deep, 2 cover sweepers, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep, or fly slip really. It's been in between fly slip and deep third throughout the innings. And that's going back and hit him there on the bounce. Doing a bit of damage to Roman Singh as well. Nothing a little ice isn't going to help. Full toss and deposited again. Seems to be getting bigger each time he hits the 6. You cannot bowl full tosses that frequently. You just can't. He's really enjoying it there as well, Satish Prasad. Again! It's gone for 4 this time. Miguel Hiraman. What an innings this has been. An innings worthy of the final. Bowling, not so much. Two more deliveries to go. This time gets it a bit better and into the hands. The innings comes to an end eventually. They show no celebration at all. They know that the damage has been done. This time much better delivery. Exactly what he was trying to do. That slower ball Yorker that he got badly wrong all the previous times. And that time Alvin Lachman taking the catch in the end. The entire team has come out to give him a full round of applause on his way back. What an innings there. And you see the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons on his helmet as well. Wonder if they would be looking at that. New batsman comes out, Ganesh Esau. One delivery to go. He has it all in front of him here. Just a 6. And he looks all smiles as well. Doesn't seem to be tired at all. Seems to be filled with energy. Ready to defend whatever they end up with. Can they get into 271? Yorker this time. Good end to the bowling innings, and they're gonna come back for a second, as they should, but he's gonna be run out. Coming around there to do the final bit of fielding. Wasn't able to get back in the end. So the innings ends on 266 for 7. Only 9 extras in the innings. One skill you say they've done decently well with, not giving away too much wides or no balls, but apart from that, bowling all over the shop. Roman Singh with 3 wickets in the end, but nonetheless a brilliant batting performance from Faizabad Elite, showing why they are the Faizabad Elite, and they hope to defend this tonight as we take a break, and we'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes. 267, the target for Independent Sports Club. Opening bowler is going to be Avindra Bukal, running in from the northern end. His delivery tucked into the leg side, no run. Over the wicket has one slip in place. He's gonna go for that single early. Have to see that positive batting right away. It's Alvin Lachman out there, getting off the mark. Second delivery. Vivek Gadraj to take up strike. So a left and right hand combination. And wouldn't you know it, they have protection behind square on the leg side. Haven't seen it once for the first innings. That's a beauty there, in swinging Yorker. Early on here, testing him out right away. That was a slip. Sort of a very wide to man, a backward point, somewhere in between. That's a regulation point. Cover, short extra cover, long off to complete the offside field. And again, lovely bit of in-swing. No runs. And of course in the leg side, that protection behind square to deep backward square. Quite far in between backward square and fine leg. There's a mid-on and a mid-wicket joining him as well. Nicely pushing that one to short extra cover. Quick single. Wasn't alert to it, was that fielder there at extra cover. It's Anderson Ramkisoon in that position. However, for the left-hander, there's no one at the backward square. And a wide delivery to boot. I was just going to say, likely with the angle that he's bowling at, probably wouldn't need that protection there. But as soon as I was about to see it, sent one wide in that, go in the other direction as well. And this time, just over that fielder at deep, at backward square, in the circle. It finishes the over with that single. Four without loss after the first over. Also, to keep you updated, West Indies 99 for 5 now. Shea Hope and Austin Chase at the crease. Things looking a bit more dicey across there now. That's after 44 overs, so still quite a lot of time left in the day. So Brendan Ramlal about to open proceedings from the southern end. Another man on this team well known throughout the West Indies. There'll be a bit of spin to open things up, and that's pulled down to... Oh, another misfield. Not the first one we've seen tonight. Came onto him quite quickly. The fielder, that is. The batsman was in no discomfort at all. And right there, you wonder if maybe it skidded off the field a bit. Still quite early in the evening to really say that the full dew formation is in effect. Probably a light bit of dew, but it doesn't look too damp out there as yet. And this time, no run. And through cover now for one more. That one just popping up on him a bit. This time very high as well. Towards the long off fielder. One more. The 11 for none after 2. Bukal is going to continue from the northern end. Over the wicket to Lachman. Slip goes a bit wider now. He's gone back to that. Hit down to long off. Contemplated a second, but wasn't there. Slip a lot closer to the keeper, to the right-hander. Natural inward movement. The reason for that, and it goes over the slip, running towards the boundary. 4 more for Vivek Gadraj. He's going out there with a purpose. And was looking to hit that leg side, went the other direction though. Send some more of his fielders out now. Long off and long one back. Deep backward square. Deep third man and cover sweeper. Hit nicely that time into leg. One more to the total. Just looking to turn the strike over nicely. Good batting so far. See Vic Gadraj there just signaling for a drink. It's 2 overs into the innings. I'm not sure what he's on about. Umpire should not allow that. Wide this time. Not getting the starting position right on that occasion. That's clipped nicely for one more, and he's gonna misfield it. Comes back for a second. This time driving. No one's gonna get to it. It's 4 runs for Alvin Lachman this time. He's joining in on the party now. Certainly you would say this surface has runs there for the taking. They just need to utilize the full potential of the surface, full potential of their batting lineup, and pace themselves. And they'll keep that run rate under control. This time tucked into leg and going towards the boundary again. Alvin Lachman now is pushing along 28 without loss after 3. That one again looking for that movement. Quite full. It wasn't all that difficult to put away. And again, you see 3 overs already wanting water. What have we been training for all season? Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of jabs back and forth in this crowd. They're enjoying this on a Sunday night. Runs on the board. Runs in the chase already. So Ramlal to continue now. Dabbing it. Still no run. Look at Gadraj's stance. It's quite low at the crease. Quite crouch sort of position. Really getting closer to the pitch. Closer to the ball and cutting it this time. 1 run down to cover sweeper. And oh my, almost a second run. Sort of threw it back to that fielder in the circle. Fumbled it a bit. They almost contemplated running a second, but good not to in the end. This time driving Adding one more to the total. The deep fielder there. This time stayed on the back foot, pushing it, wanted a single. Lachman wanted no part. 30 runs on the board between these two already. And straight to that fielder, short on the leg side. So Navindra Buklal to continue. Wide that time, trying to go for a wide Yorker. Miscalculating the line though. This time towards the fielder, he takes the catch. Alvin Lachman has to go back early. That man is not gonna allow this game to meander along. He doesn't want a repeat of what we saw in the first innings, catches being dropped. Wants to set that tone early. Was looking to go for a bit of a cute shot on that occasion, but this time that man just behind square on the leg side takes the catch. So Stephen Sankaran, wicketkeeper batter, now joins Gadraj out there. He's got that shorter delivery, maybe a bit of movement doing for him as well. Of course, that was always going to be moving away from him, moving towards off. So pulling in that region is always going to have a bit of extra risk. Sankaran waits now. Two right-handers out there. Bukal into him again. In swing that he's utilized quite well up until this point. Yes, that third man very fine again in between deep third and fly slip. Backward point, cover, short extra cover. There's a cover sweeper that's almost an extra cover sweeper. Repeat similar type delivery. Good consistency being shown from Bukal now. Long off, long on. Regulation mid wicket and a deep mid wicket. And this time cutting. It's off the mark. And he's going to restrict that to just one as that fielder at backward point. A loopy delivery there, slower ball Yorker. Almost doing for Vivek Gadraj. Didn't know too much about it, did he? Brilliant piece of bowling. Final ball of the over again, troubling him is Navindra Bukal. He's found his line and rhythm here now. It's 32 for 1 after 5. So Ramlal to continue to Stephen. So dot. This time pulling, second delivery of the over, taking a single is Steven Sanka. Second delivery being bowled, about to bowl the third delivery of the over. Third delivery of the over being bowled. It's another single. Dot 1-1 so far. Dot 1-1 from Brendan Ramlal so far. Dot 1-1 wicket. Dot 1-1 wicket. Almost. Dot 1-1-1. Up to score now. Went up high in the air. Was running in towards it. 2 more deliveries remaining in the over. The batsmen just having a bit of a meet. There's Gadraj now. Must have been meeting with Sankar about just pacing himself. A lovely delivery again. It's been a good opening boost from these two. Pace at one end, spin from one end. Finishes off the over with another tight one there. 3 runs coming from that over. Score 35 for 1 now after 6. There's the crowd out in full support. There's a lot of spectators standing up at the back as well, near those concession stands. So there's much more than what you see. In the rhythm section as well, as you can hear, fully blasting out. So a bit of a meeting there with Shahzad Mansoor. Man who started the carnage. Carnage finished off by Miguel Hiraman. He's across at regulation mid-wicket. Bukal continues. Bukal. And he goes straight to that same man. This really goes to show what accurate, tight bowling can do. Didn't see enough of it in the first innings. Especially when there was movement on offer. There still is movement on offer with the new ball in the second innings. So just guiding that towards backward point for 1. Oh, a bit of a jittery end to that run there from Gadraj. Gadraj waits now. It's a very front-on sort of batting stance as well to add to the lowness of it, and has pushed down to the deep field cover. Picks up the bat relatively late, you'd say. But certainly 2 things about that position: quite crouched and quite front on, quite open. Much more side on here from Stephen Sankaran. Low bat. Picks it up very late and over the offside this time for 1 more. I think that may just hamper his power game a bit. Pretty much almost a throwback sort of batting setup. Sure, if it works for him, then certainly keep on doing it. And there he picks up the bat quite early. Laid out to point. 1 more. So he's giving himself a bit extra time there to react to the ball. I think it's much more of a factor in the shorter format when you're looking for power. You have that momentum upwards early, whereas here for Sankaran, pretty much only lifts it up when it comes to him, and that's dropped. That's dropped by that man out there at long on. Sherwin Lutchman. That's exactly what takes up the bat quite late when he's going for that powerful shot. And he doesn't get as much on it as he would like to. 40 for 1 after 7 overs. And they're not letting up there either. Full rhythm for all spectators and all players involved. There's that Sherwin Lutchman. Seems to be a family member or a die-hard fan there. Ramlal just making sure his long one. He actually brought him a bit wider now as well. And this time through the offside a bit nervously that time. One more. And the other factor when it comes to picking up your bat so late as Sankaran does is that you may not always get it up to the position you might want it to. Whereas if you always get it up early, it's always up at that same backlift position like that. You see from Vivek Gadraj, and nicely played towards extra cover, but no run. Sam on the back foot. Repeat of the previous delivery. Tossed up that time, dropped quite nicely too. He can only get a single down to long on. Bring Sankaran back on strike. Cutting this time. Easy single down to cover sweeper, and he comes back for a second. Good batting between these two. I want to try to repeat the running between the wickets that we saw in the first innings. You don't want to let those dot balls build. That required rate already at 10. Full of that time and can't get the single. 44 for 1 the score after 8. It's key to note there, you see Manshur and Ramphal 63 and 39. Both at positive strike rates opening the batting. And Ramphal fell quite early, but these two here, Lachman and Gadraj and Sankaran, you see both of them batting at a strike rate under 100. Of course, there's always time to build that back up, but with singles, you can always keep that close to 100. And it's very key with a big run chase like this. Change of bowler now. It's that man, Ganesh Esau, who was run out of the final delivery. Of course, rightfully so. You always go for as much runs as you can off the final delivery. You run until you can't run anymore. Eight overs in now. Ganesh Esau about to enter from the northern end. A bit of in-swing here for him as well. Started it a bit too straight though and wide. in again, and this time swinging the other way. It's always gonna seem to shape when you bowl it at such extreme lines. Medium pace, nippy sort of bowler here. Here's Gadraj facing up and can only defend it. The feel that he has in place, the deep third man, backward point, cover sweeper, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep forward square and deep backward square, and this time pulled towards that deep forward square, running past it, goes for 4 runs. Badly needed by Independent Sports Club, brings their 50 up on the board. There's a bit of movement there, but it sat up, allowed him to rock back and pull it quite nicely there. Bit of a discussion there between Ganesh Esau and Keshava Ramphal. Certainly analyzing things here. Oh, and that one there didn't quite play it as he would have liked to. Popped up on him. May have arrived on him a bit slowly as well. Again, he's gotten a nice rhythm going now. Quick single that time, but was well and truly home. So Gadaraj moves to 21. Sankaran back on strike. Still yet to grow into his innings quite yet. Had that drop chance. Had 2 drop chances earlier. Well, 2 chances really. Second one was quite a screamer, you'd say. And it goes up again, going towards a deep fielder. Has he taken it? This time he does. Third time, not lucky for Steven Sankaran. That man there is in action again, Shazad Mansoor. And he's going to make sure after his batting performance that he's not going to drop that. And he's not going to give anything away. Again, needs to do a bit of work on that back lift. Takes that bat up very late when he's going for an aggressive shot. It works very well in the longer format when you're looking to go at the ball softly, not just quick singles. But in this format, you do need to work on that a bit. So 51 for 2 now. We're going to see Akil Joseph come out into the middle. Again, there's also not much footwork on that shot either. Pretty much just crouched down, tried to hit it into the leg side towards mid-wicket there. But again, there was never enough power on the shots. 3 times he went for the big shots, and at no point did they go over the boundary. This delivery and nicely dealt to it from Akil Joseph. 51 for 2 after 9. change of bowler at the southern end. Shazad Manshru opened the batting. Now gets his say with the ball. His fielders in position. Has a third man halfway to the boundary. And pulled into the leg side. And good bit of work on the boundary there. Restricts it to just one. That offside field also has a backward point cover sweeper. Extra cover long off, long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. One thing compared to the last inning is that cover sweeper is a lot more towards extra cover than regulation cover. Past the bat, almost wide, but certainly you'd say Akil Joseph came across to off stump. This time nicely forward on it. Into covers for one. This time that is well and truly wide. Thought he might have come across, thought he might have gone at it, but looks as if Gadraj knew what Manshru was thinking there. And that's gone up. How far has it gone? It's gone well and truly over long on. 6 runs here for Vivek Gadraj. Was full, and all he had to do was get a full face of the bat to it, hit it nice and straight. It's always a safe sort of shot. That's the first 6 of the innings. Comes in again and quicker that time. Rush past the edge of that bat. Never once made contact. And again a quick delivery. 2 dots to finish off. 60 for 2 after 10. This stage, Faizabad Elite was 77 without loss, so as far as runs concerned, they're not too far behind, you would say. But with those 2 wickets down already, it always presents that extra challenge. New batsman at the crease in Joseph as well. Gadraj has been there for quite some time, so likely he would be set. Ganesh Esau successful in that previous over. Begins his second. And that's just nicely nudged into leg side by Akil Joseph. Certainly looking quite comfortable since he's come out there. Kadraj back on strike now. He again just pushes it towards Ganesh Esau. Crowd well and truly into it as well, supporting the effort of his fielding off of his own bowling. Wider that time and easily freed his arms down to cover for one, down to deep cover. Let's take a look at how Akil Joseph sets up. So a few taps of the bat, keeps his bat relatively high and goes into the air this time, but vacant area in that cover region. So very different setups of the batsmen we've seen so far. Joseph pretty much keeping it at a sort of perpendicular to the crease angle until the last moment, but Gadraj there crouched and well and truly on the ground until he picks it up. Defended back. And goes high and goes long into the crowd towards the spectators from Gadraj. 6 to finish off that over. Was tidy until that point. Was not the worst delivery you would say either. Was certainly looking to go for a wider delivery, but missed his length. Sat up there and Gadraj truly punishing it. And this Ramkisoon replaces Mansoor from the southern end, coming through and around the wicket. It's an interesting action there. A lot going on, but it's a wide in the end. Going round, and that's tucked towards deep mid-wicket for one. It's almost as if that delivery sort of comes out the back of his hand. Akil Joseph was just caught off guard a bit there, given the angle that Ramkisoon is coming at. And that is well and truly done, Gadraj. Passed him very quickly, and some good keeping as well from Miguel Hiraman. Well, he's truly had quite a match. He's been out there batting, got a century. He's out here keeping quite nicely as well. And this time that's hit towards long off, coming across. There's a good bit of footwork. And they come back for the second. Wasn't quite able to grasp one there for a run out chance, but looked as if he would have been home. Gonna come over the wicket this time. Nagraj. So now he has two fielders in the backward point region. Extra cover sweeper, long off, long on, and defended again. In addition to long on, there's three more deep fielders on the leg side. Cow corner, mid wicket, deep and deep backward square. There's two of those in the mid wicket region. Wide that time. And he finishes off with another dot delivery. Brilliant over there from Ramki Soon. Just 5 runs coming from it. 4 dots. It's 74 for 2 after 12. Kun Lalji, new bowler into the attack from the northern end. It's left arm spin, starts off quite wide and got back to it in the end. Would have almost certainly gone for a wide had he left it. Gadraj back on strike, tossed up, hit upward and hit for 6. Oh, he tempted him in the flight there. Was well and truly to the task was Gadraj, and in the end got enough on it. Fielder thought he was in with half a chance down there at long on, but was well and truly over him. Kadraj goes again, and it's gonna be 6 again. This time was well and truly into the stands there. The young man is gonna have to do the fielding there. He's got up already. This time he got a lot more on it. Was a lot more at the stumps there from Lalji, and it was well hit on that occasion. Ball has been retrieved, and just like that, in a matter of seconds really, Gadraj has rocketed along to 49. Algian again, and he tries to go big that time. Sat up a bit, extra bounce a bit. And he gives a very short signal to the crowd there. There's a bigger task at hand, game to be won. Oh, and that's going well through him. Now he deserves that water. 2 overs in, not so much, but now at the end of 13 overs, certainly. Ramkisoon back for his second over, sweeping, trying to sweep and going towards that fine leg boundary. Is it going to reach? Yes, it is. Again, no one there in that region. There was for the pace, but not so for the spin. Gadraj growing well into his innings now. Again, wrong line, wide this time. Keeper dives. And you're gonna get an extra run off the wide too. Well, Hiraman has been all over this match. Don't think he'd very much appreciate his bowlers giving him all this extra work now. There's 2 badly lined deliveries in succession. This time better, does good fielding off his own bowling. Still 1 in the end though. Gadraj hits it towards Anderson Ramkisoon. Almost a chance there. Didn't get much timing on it. Got a hand to it as well. Could have easily been 3 down at that stage. And the set man to boot as well. There's Akil Joseph now. Just punching it down in front of him. And he's trapped him this time, but not trapped him well enough for the umpire to agree. Good shout on that occasion. May have just been bouncing a bit over the stumps. Just trying to sweep that time, but too wide. There's also the fact that Akil Joseph stands a bit more on the leg stump, so anything heading towards him would likely be sliding down. And this time again, an outstretched hand. $98 for 2 after 14. We're 1 over away from drinks. And Independent Sports Club nowhere near halfway towards that score. Looks like Lalji's gonna bowl another over. Is that drone that we saw flying around earlier? Oh, it's actually gonna be Mansour starting off with a wide. Heaving it across the line into the deep, running a quick single. And that's the 100 up for Independent Sports Club. $100 was also brought up not so long ago by the West Indies against New Zealand. However, 5 down. Troubling times across there. Flight on that occasion, but nice bit of dip on offer from Mansour. A good bit of fielding there from Ramphal. Nicely defended on that occasion. But those dots are building. It's not the type of building you want to see. You want to see those skyscrapers on the bar chart. Dots are a thing you want to try to eliminate. You want as many singles in between as you can. They're really being dotted up here at a rate. 3 dots in succession. So an interesting record there as well. For wickets in our home test series for New Zealand. Jacob Duffy, record holder now. Going high in the air. 6 more for Vivek Gadraj. He's really just embodied the tuk-tuk boom approach. Dot, dot, and then completely unleashes upon them. finishes with yet another dot as we move to that drinks interval. Vivek Gadraj, top scorer of this inning so far, 106 for 2, the current score. And we'll take a short break at this drinks interval. ...161 runs required from 90 deliveries for Independent Sports Club. Only 2 wickets they've lost so far. This stage, Faizabad Elite was only 111 for 1. So not all that far apart, these two teams at the same stage. Gil Joseph to take strike here. And they're gonna run a quick single into the offside. Brandon Ramlal here, continuing his spell into his 5th over. Cut away, this time from Gadraj. Ticking along quite nicely now. Just need to up the tempo a bit. Look for more of those singles. And as we've seen from Gadraj, he can strike it quite nicely. This time waited for it, hit it towards point this time. And going bigger this time, but not able to get it as high as he would have liked. So another single. Leg side field again, everyone out on the boundary. Oh, and on the edge on that one. Keeper, again, very tidy behind the stumps. Partnership now of 59. These two have been at the crease for quite some time. Lion's share of the strike going to Gadraj. Final delivery coming up, and oh, got that one coming back into him. Sent him on the back foot and was only able to take a single. So score moves up to 111 for 2 after 16. And record has been broken across in New Zealand. West Indies 104 for 6 after 52 overs. Hope and Imlak at the crease now. And it's really just about battling out for another draw. Those runs are not going to be scored. But that record, Jacob Duffy, brilliant bowler he is. Picked up 22 wickets in this Test match series alone. And that's the most for New Zealand in any Test match series. And another record that he's broken as well. 80 wickets in a calendar year. It's across all formats, not just the Test match format. Going past Sir Richard Hadley with 79. He's now going up to 80, and here's Prince bowling, turning it into leg there. And it's just one. Captain Deonarine having his say now. First time we've seen him with the ball. And they really spread out the field now. We'll go over those placements after this delivery. Coming into Gadraj. And going up, going towards long off, and it's just going to be one. I want to see if they bring anyone in for Akil Joseph. Or they're likely to just stay on the defense. They're likely to. There's a backward point in the ring. There's a deep-ish extra cover. Halfway back to the boundary, hit towards that point fielder now for one by Joseph. And then there's a man at a fine leg in the circle. It's only basically two fielders in the circle. That extra cover is almost towards the boundary, but not quite all the way back. There's a cover sweeper and long off as well on the offside, and that's hit towards that long off fielder. Directly towards him, just ran across a few steps and picked up another single. And the leg side, of course, you have deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, cow corner, and long on. again, and that's going past him quickly. Quick delivery there from Deonaran. This time can do nothing much with it. Accurate bowling from Deonaran. Yes, they're able to get those singles, and it has been useful, but when all that's in between those singles are dots, it's not gonna help your cause. Gadraj has a lot on his plate here. Akil Joseph just signaling there for a helmet change. Well, both helmets are going off now. They might just want the caps out there. Change of bowler at the southern end, Shuin Lachman. Now that's gone towards the boundary. 4 for Vivek Gadraj. Just trying to break those shackles a bit now. He's been there for quite some time, and he has to take the responsibility now, being the senior partner at the crease. That was a nicely timed shot. A bit too full to start off from Lachman. Lachman in again. Gadraj goes back, and this time cutting in the same region, but only one this time. Moves on to 70. That's 56 deliveries he's faced already. Akil Joseph not doing him any favors at the other end. This time I came onto him quite quickly. Uppishly into the leg side for 1. And this time it's going high. Where has it gone? It's landed just short of that deep fielder behind square on the leg side. This time tucking it away for 1. Had to do some fielding off his own bowling there, Lachman. Busy work. Partnership 72 now from 54. That's part of the issue, really. In the first innings, yes, we saw big partnerships, but as soon as they got comfortable together, they made sure to accelerate quickly. And you just can't get a hold of it. Gadraj, that was full, very full there. and didn't get enough room to get the bat under it. So even though 9 runs came from that over, 124 for 2 after 18, they're still well behind the rate. That's the second over for Dionarine, starting to Gadraj there. Another single to his total. Joseph coming back for a second this time, looking to squeeze those extra runs when they can. Coming in again is Dionarine. Wide that time, a bit of drift away, just to add another challenge to these batsmen. Joseph really struggling. 17 from 26. Kept things very tight. This time tries to go big. He's landing well short of that fielder. Deep extra cover. Now that's the same fielder that in the previous over wasn't all the way back on the boundary. He was pretty much in a position where that catch could have been taken, but now being pushed back all the way. All 9 fielders now are back on the boundary. Going on an outside edge towards deep third man, comes across. It's one more. Yes, every single fielder on the boundary. Deep third man, deep cover, deep extra cover, long off, long on, cow corner, mid wicket, deep backward square, and deep fine leg. What was that? Into the offside, an easy single on offer. They know at this point the singles are not going to hurt them. So there's a chance of a run out here. They're going all over the place. In the end, they settled for 1. 130 for 2 after 19. Lachman to continue for his second over now. Everyone back on the boundary, just like in the previous over. Trying to go big, makes no contact. And certainly at this stage, with that many runs on the board, needing a required rate of 12.6. Needing 137 runs again in 65 deliveries. He comes in for his second delivery, driven out to point region. Coming back for second, they wanted it again. Miscommunication. You can see it very apparent here. And I think Gadraj was right to not take that second run. He knows, one, that they can't risk a run out, and he also knows that he's the set man at the crease. And Joseph has been eating up deliveries. If anyone's going to go big, it's him, and he tries, but he goes straight to long on. Out for 74. Vivek Gadraj, Sherwin Lutchman, the winner in the end. Well, they couldn't afford a run out, and they certainly can't afford this. It's full, maybe a bit of pace off it, maybe a tiring Gadraj, and long on, settled under it. Didn't make it look tough at all. Captain Rohan Singh is now gonna come out. Well taken catch. I've seen many catches drop throughout these finals in all of the divisions. FYZABAD Elite are not gonna let that trend continue. So Roman Singh now taking guard at the crease. Akil Joseph at the non-striker's end. A lot more responsibility on his shoulders now, and the captain no doubt would be wanting to put on a show here. But you can certainly understand with 267 being the target that really and truly there is no need for the viewers within the circle. Ones and twos at this stage are not going to win it. The required rate over 12, so even twos alone are not going to win it. And everyone stays out on the boundary. So here's Sherwin, and full toss hit towards long off. So he's off the mark right away. It's not going to be difficult getting off the mark, but it is going to be difficult trying to chase this total down. I think I'll also say if I look out on the outfield, there doesn't seem to be that much due formation either. So the bowlers are going to be well and truly in control of what they're trying to execute. This time on the stumps and digging it out to long on. He's in action for the third ball in succession. You also just need to see a bit more momentum from Independent Sports Club. Because if they know singles and twos aren't going to get them there, there's no point. Have to go big. Another single. 1 for 13 from Sherwin Lutchman in his spell so far. Keeping things tidy. 134 for 3 after 20. Captain v captain. The owner to bowl to Roman Singh. Trying to go big over that long off fielder, but still just one. You do want to see some sort of gamesmanship here from Faizabad Elite. There's no consolation prize for getting closer to the total. It's either you win or lose. And just cutting that into the deep for one. Contemplating the second. Not so in the end. Doing around to Singh. Goes cutting down to deep cover. Just one. Tossed up this time. Dipping on him though. Dug it out to long off for one. Doing around to Singh, and this time edging it past the keeper. That deep third man is coming across. He's gonna win the battle in the end, and they get two this time. This time closer to the stumps, cutting it dangerously, but one run down to long off to finish the over. It's 1-4-1 for 3. 9 overs remaining. It's just meandering along now. Can see it on their faces as well. Dutchman comes into Roman Singh. Hit back towards him. No run. This time goes big into the leg side. That fielder comes around and does not drop it. That there is Shazad Mansoor. Again, second catch of the night. Roman Singh takes the captain this time. Big wicket there. 4 down now for Independent Sports Club. Was there to be hit, but a bit too much height on it. With all those fielders in the deep. Only takes a small mistake. If you don't hit it with enough power, it's going to go straight to one of them. Ravi Sitaram, nicknamed Ming, about to join Joseph out there. Went for a shot. well taken in the end. Catching from Faizabad Elite has certainly been a strong point, as well as their batting. All round just looks a no contest between these two. So 2 wickets now for Sherwin Lachman. Comes in now to Ravi Sitaram. It's a dot. Into Sitaram again, and quick that time. And get absolutely nothing on it, Ravi Sitaram. Really stamping the authority now, Faizabad. Run rate of 15 now, and it's showing no signs of going down. He's off the mark now is Ravi Sitaram into the leg side. Just gonna be one though. I mean, back to that record that Jacob Duffy would have broken, a 40-year-old record that he broke. He went past Sir Richard Hadley. Final delivery of the over coming up, and it's going up again towards long off. He's taken it. Akil Joseph goes now. Again, not at all comfortable with dropping any of those catches, and he seems to have cramped up a bit there. Hopefully, it's nothing more than that. And looking to go over cover there. But it's close. It was close to the boundary there. Looks as if that's Captain Dion right out there. Now half the side down. Almost a forlorn conclusion at this point. Very close to that boundary line. Trying to make a few skips and steps to keep him on the safe side of that line. Lachman now joining Ravi Sitaram at the crease, and all of the Faizabad Elite spectators, they surely know at this stage everyone heading back out on the boundary. It's worked for them at this stage. Run rate is just too high to afford to not attack the bowling. Captain Deonarine comes in to bowl his 4th over. Not yet to pick up a wicket, and almost did there. Almost a chop on by Ravi Sitaram. Sneaks through for an easy, lucky single in the end. This delivery here dealt with by Shane Lachman. Tossed up and driven down to longer fielder coming across. It's just a single. This time cutting down to that same fielder. One more. Now the only way that they're gonna get any of those fielders back in the circle, this independent sports club that is gonna have to get really funky with it. This time again driven square this time. One more. What they're gonna have to do is try to delicately place the ball where pretty much the center of the field. Try to run as hard as they can. If they can keep doing that, then maybe they might be able to bring something on here. And that goes big. That goes all the way this time. Go on for 6. Ravi Sitaram. He's certainly Shane Lachman. Certainly not wasting any time. He knows it's either you go big or you try something really funky at this stage. That required rate at 16 now. Lachman in again from the southern end. He's been unchanged for 3 overs so far. 3 for 14. Why would you take him out of the attack? Begins his 4th and driving again is Ravi Sitaram. Only 1. Wide down the leg side, but not wide enough for it to be called. Of course, those new rules and regulations within the shorter format allow for a bit of leeway down the leg side, and that occasion was a bit marginal, so no wide given. And this time just carving it down to long on for 1. Goes big this time, Shane Lachman, but lands well short of the boundary. Full delivery, full toss there, guided down to the fine leg boundary, and they will get 4. Ravi Sitaram adds 4 to his total. Consolation more than anything at this stage. Really strangling them for runs. Everyone out in the deep. And again, another dot delivery. Going across the line this time, down to deep mid-wicket for 1. That finishes the over, 160 for 5 after 24. Also now only halfway through the day's play in New Zealand. West Indies 107 for 7. Shea Hope just losing his wicket. English Deonaran continues along here now. Ravi Sitaram again. Slightly mistimed shot. Just 1 in the end. Pulling to Lachman this time, but it's quite wide. Came across the off stump there. You saw that right foot of his, so not given. Comes off the outside edge this time towards deep third. For it, goes in the leg side this time and clears the boundary. Does that quite nicely this time. It was full, a bit wideish, had to drag it from a long way outside off, but he did well in the end. Problem at this stage with that required rate is that need to do that more than once and over. Tries again, wider that time, quicker as well, and not able to time it as he did previously. Way too wide on that occasion. Driving towards deep extra cover. Keep the strike will Shane Lachman. Shane Lutchman comes in. That one came in at Shane Lutchman. Bouncing over, it seemed, an indication of the umpire. Lutchman in again, goes high but towards long on, couldn't quite make it in. Was always landing a bit short of him. 30-run partnership between these two. From only 20 balls, they're showing the rest of the batting order that it certainly was possible. There were always runs on offer on the surface. This time heaving into the leg side. Laboured shot from Ravi Sitaram. In again, goes straight. Lands well short of long off this time. Tries to go big again. Looks as if he was hit on the pad. Closer than the previous shot, but umpire not moved. And goes big this time. Fielder comes in, lands well short of him. Went up quite a distance, but there was no real legs on it. Again, just a single. 175 for 5 with just 4 overs to go. Looking a foregone conclusion at this stage. Supporters still showing as much as they can for Independent Sports Club. Right in, and that was past him in a flash. Quick delivery. This time across the line, down to deep mid wicket. It's just one. Wide that time, carved out a deep cover. Tossed up, but landed on a Yorker length. Difficult to much bat behind it. Tossed up again, similar delivery again, but he got more bat on it this time. Enough for one, enough for a second. Again, a lot of flight this time, almost deposited for 6. Lands just short of the boundary, but he'll take 4. This time a bit closer to the stumps. He's been getting that ball to drift away quite nicely, but it was a similar angle, similar sort of trajectory, and it became a bit too predictable for Ravi Sitaram. He's starting to motor along at this point, but too little too late, you'd have to say. When Lachman to bowl out. His final over coming up now. Goes high in the air, long one comes in and takes a brilliant catch. What a spectacular bit of fielding that is there. Had a great distance to cover coming in and had to judge a trajectory quite wonderfully. Keeper Hiraman comes all the way down there just to show what he thought of that catch. It was truly quite something else. Went up, had some time, didn't go up all that high, but he was still in motion at that point and stopped himself really nicely. Batsman Jason Gray about to join Ravi Sitaram. Shubin Lachman with 4 wickets in this spell so far. Can he make it 5? Has 5 deliveries to do that. And he does! 5 wickets for Sherwin Lachman. Bowl Jason Gray, first delivery. Brilliant bit of work at the end here from Sherwin Lachman. Really closing things off, ensuring there's not a single way back. And he's also on a hat trick. Target on stumps. Looks like he broke that stump actually. Stump didn't look the correct height for a second. Might have knocked it back with all the momentum. Well, even the Independent Sports Club supporters are applauding the effort of not just Sherwin Lachman, but the all-round team effort of Faizabad Elite Metronomes. Almost. Has he got it? Not quite. No hat trick today for sure in Lachman. Looks as if it was definitely sliding down leg. Sachin Babulal, the new batsman. And this time through the legs, some French cricket here. Towards the boundary for 4. Had absolutely no idea where that shot was going. Turned around in the end and said, thank goodness my stumps are still there. Sachin Babulal faces up again. Oh, is it a stumping? 6 wickets now for Lachman. And he combines with his wicketkeeper Miguel Hiraman, who has had a sensational match as well. Running down the track. Came through, missed it, and was down on the stumps in a flash. 6 for 30 for Shuan Lachman. He's bowled his 6 overs unchanged from that end. And for most of that time, all of his fielders were set deep. It's scoreboard pressure and scoreboard pressure alone, but still accuracy from him to ensure he keeps the batsman in play as much as he can. Yes, such lightning quick work there from Miguel Hiraman. 187 for 8. The score of Independent Sports Club seem to be following in West Indies' footsteps. 112 for 8 across in New Zealand. We contemplated a 5 for. Shuan said 6 for. Still has room for a 7 for. New batsman Rajesh Nagu at the crease. Oh, and that's way too wide, driven down to deep cover, and at some point throughout that over, fielders returned inside the circle. 188 for 8 now. 2 overs still remain. Our required rate up at 39. Not even 6s can save them now. Change of bowler. That one sat up in the pitch there from Bukal. They just run a single. Sitaram across the line into the deep. Running a quick single there. Went almost straight to the fielder, but all of the fielders knew that at this stage it didn't really make much of a difference. Fielders deep currently at third man cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. In the circle there's a backward point cover and mid wicket. Lobbed up on that occasion. Again, taking a lot of pace off of these deliveries now. Ravindra Bukal showing off some of his death bowling skills. And yorked him there, but enough bat on it to get himself a single, Rajesh Nadu. And he keeps the strike for the final over. 193 for 8. Finish off proceedings will be Brendan Ramlal, on for 20 from his 5 overs. Very economical. And that's gone into the offside for just one. Ravi Sitaram back on strike. I think he'd like to maximize what he can in these final 5 deliveries, if only just for himself, also for the crowd who stayed here. Tossed up, went across the line, but straight to mid wicket. Doesn't run. Stop again. Slow, very slow that time. Had to wait an eternity for it to arrive. We have a slip in place in the final over as well. This time past the mid wicket, fielder down to long off, long on. Slow again, and just playing it through the leg side for one. Ravi Sitaram to face up for the final delivery of the innings. goes big. Is he gonna get it past? It's gonna go close to the boundary, but well fielded down there. That man has been in action for a few catches and quite a few run saving as well. And that's that. Game is done and dusted here. Faizabad Elite reigning supreme by 69 runs in the Division 3 final of the Southern Sports Premier League. So brilliant performance, a century from Miguel Hiraman. Lovely batting from Shazad Mansour. And brilliant bowling from Sherwin Lutchman, bowling 6 overs on change and picking up 6 wickets in his bowling effort. A well-played team effort from Faizabad Elite Metronomes in the field as well. Brilliant fielding, didn't drop all that many catches. And there you see the 2025 champions, Faizabad Elite Metronomes. They must have known that they were going to win, or they must have printed it out very quickly. But join us for the presentation in about 10 minutes or so. But from up here, that's it for tonight.
Going for the scale, we're going to start with Anthony. Creating solid midfielders, includes a 2